Good morning, guys. You scared the fuck out of me. You'll be alright. Did I pop one of these out already? I did. Wait, no, I didn't. There we go. Hmm. Is this a big old repositioning day? No. I don't think so. I think we bounced up on some put selling and profit taking. There's a little bit of resistance at 70.65 this morning. Just kind of rode the fairly flat gamma back up to 5,700. Here, things are getting, well, bulls are trying to get a breakout at 10, but it doesn't look like they're succeeding. If we lose 5,700 again, probably right back down. Support here. 5705 support kind of matters, I think. So JPY is doing a thing. Yep. Dollars up. that leverage coming back into play, albeit slowly, is extraordinarily bullish. Should people pile back into the top end of that trade, which they are. Yeah. Jesus fucking Christ, the 20 years up 8 points today. Almost 9. Um, it'll be bullish after the bond vol cools, maybe. Why would you use the leverage to go short? I mean, I could see you using the leverage to pile into commodities over tech. That would make sense, but you wouldn't use the leverage to go short. You'd blow up your own spread. Do you think SPX might fall back below 56.69 before end of day? If we lose 5,700, which is really the only support here, then yeah, that's possible. Right now, we bounced up, retested the long-term trend. Looks like we're failing that. So we'd be looking at 57, 55, 75 ES for a failure. Boom. There it is. And then, nope, bounce back above it. It seems so decided. Well, it's chopping there. And then a move back down to like 57.33, possibly lower. How you feeling today? A little bit better. Yeah, a little bit better. Fever's under control, so that's nice. 57.33, yes. Next stop if we lose 55, which we're close to, but we haven't lost it yet. No, not disco fever. Calls on Lockheed. Maybe. You're right. Disco fever's forever. Exactly. However, if the yield curve is reinverting, that will be very bearish for Russell. Which may mean it's time for me to short Carvana. Don't tell Poopy. Hmm. If it goes under 169. Is there support for SPX at gamma neutral? No, it's not supportive. It's just nothing. It's it becomes more supportive as we move further away from it, and well, uh, less supportive if we move under it. But it's not inherently a support. There's just it's an absence of gamma, not yeah. What's up? Help me help you. How do you want me to do that? I know you hate crystal ball questions, but the piling back into leverage could result in bullish action pretty quickly, I assume. Yeah. I'm gonna have NFP exposure anyway. Okay. We're going to 57.25, aren't we? We could. It's, there's a few more sold puts at spot. It's getting over 57.10. That's kind of hard. Not so much holding 5,700. Also, the sold puts that are helping create support at 5,700 are kind of closing up. So, not necessarily. I think 20, really 20 would be the test there. Yeah, this is about $10 a range to the upside. NQ looks like it's finding a lower high though. I'm gonna watch tech. Techs have been a big driver lately of downside. Closing out or rolling up? I don't really see them moving up. Shorting Carvana into a new car shortage? Possibly. Netflix to 720 today. I don't know. $7.10 and $7.15 would be resistance. It's at $7.12 right now. Yeah, maybe if it gets over 15. It doesn't look great. It's not like got like a great ramp up to 720 or anything, but there's some draw from that strike. Careful if it fails 710, it might just go back to 700 though. Pretty quickly. Nikkei is just going for a jaunt. Yeah, I'm not liking the fact that it bounced off the low. Although it may just be forming like a head and shoulders here. As long as it doesn't get above like 38, 450, 460, I don't really care. If it gets above that, I might reconsider some things. Well, I'd have to reposition some stuff, but have a small upside hedge. Will Hal ever break 30? Didn't it yesterday? You guys are so impatient. It's starting to accumulate. That's nice. Might get back to 27 before it moves up again, though. Slightly higher high. Rejected on that trend line. We're not impatient, we're inattentive. Disagree. Short here. Can we get stuck around GN? Usually not. Usually GN's like being close to GN is something that drives more volatility, right? So it usually increases the chances of the day not ending up choppy. And bulls will fight for it, but it's kind of like either we get some supportive gamma and we move up, or we don't and we fall. It's pretty rare to get stuck on it for any extended period of time. The job numbers all just cooked right now. Seeing as they were up above 5,700, it's probably stickier. Yeah, so supposedly the Fed's, carrying that revision forward in their own analysis of the jobs data, which doesn't seem true, but can you say Mave really loud into the mic if we start dumping? If you think I'm going to remember to do that. Was the drop to 74 not considered a bounce of the previous all-time high? Technically, no. It's close. But I would say that if that's our bounce, then I'm not super worried about the number of bulls coming in at the prior all-time high, because that's a fairly weak bounce from such an important technical level. How about we just find a more accurate way to report jobs? You mean change the calculation instead of just revising the data every year? How dare you? Why is the dollar ripping? Because JPOW said he's not cutting rates yesterday. No, he's not cutting rates at the pace that the market had expected. So the market is trimming rate cut expectations. And then stronger jobs data yesterday meant that they're going to trim them even more. Well, stronger jolts. Manufacturing employment was not strong. But we can do a lot of pretending with mixed labor data. Why is Carvana above 100? Because there's a bunch of big banks that are owed a bunch of money and they want to redeem that money for shares via convertible notes. And then they want to dump those fucking shares because Carvana is mismanaged, possibly embezzled, and largely fraudulent company who they've given billions of dollars to. Bro, what? Carvana is a revolutionary company, Gherk. I closed my calls yesterday, Poopy. You don't need to spoon feed me copium. What was that? Now what's the negative outlook? That was the bull case. It's going to 200. Is that the redemption price for the 2025 notes? If it is, then yes. What are notes? Debt instruments. Love the Carvana talk, but I'm worried you took truth serum instead of your ibuprofen. Like a clarinet? Sure. The warrants aren't too different. I mean, they're a convertible instrument also, but not the same. I forgot to unsub Pigeon Whale another month. Yes. Winning. You seem like a fiddle player. Would it be culturally insensitive to hum Fiddler on a roof right now? Maybe. Huh. The autism in me says do it. Exactly like a LeBaron. An 87. Uh-oh, spaghetti. I'm gonna lose 10k on Carvana today. Oopsie tea. Downside support's getting weaker. was quite the grind to push up above 57.10 here. Bob puts at 57.20. If this taps 20, I short it. Anything out of the money? No. So you had scam companies, excess amounts of convertible notes. How about Nikola? They never, didn't their CEO go to jail? I thought they were over. I'm pretty sure the conversion ratio prices shares sub 100 a share. There's no way. Carvana was issuing debt like right from the fucking right out of the gate. Back when they were fucking trading at like 250, 300 a share. I know there's old shit from like pre 2020 that's around 100 a share. But there's all the debt they issued in 2021. Some of that shit's at like 10% interest. And company fucking bonds are actually pricing the company for bankruptcy. There's so much. It's not a small amount of debt. But recently their debt did finally trim to be slightly less than their liabilities until used car prices drop again. Who's in charge of cars? You. I thought you were taking care of that. Is it frivolous milestone chat day today already? Time sure does fly when you're losing money. Nice. Ooh, we're almost at 20. This is where I want to short things. No, that's the wrong fucking thing. There we go. Oh, come on, at least test 20. Someone just bought a bunch of 20 calls. That didn't help. It's that one. Hmm. Yeah, better to get stopped out there. See if I can get a better entry higher. Do I want the 10 at 15? NQ still failing. Down to $7.66 on the bounce. Puts being bought at 05, 5,700. I guess the only failure I actually care about is 5,700. So that's the one I should be watching. If this fails, where do you think it goes? I'd like it to go back to 56.75. That'd be cool. But there's a chance for it to get hung up at 57.05 and 5,700 first. There's also a slim chance that it bounces really hard and retests 20 before going down. Which I don't like, but it's there nonetheless. Hopefully the slow bleed in NQ will keep that from happening. So there's that. It doesn't look like it's so great. Could take a minute. Ooh. Daily's getting bearish. I like it. Some more in the money sold calls at 10 and 05. Bought puts at 05. The money sold. Oh, was it 10? Isn't that just fodder? No. Selling in the money calls is bearish. It's kind of like when bulls sell in the money puts. Now we get the 20 test? Fuckers. Hmm. Ooh, we're starting to get some bot puts at 20. Nice. Bulls are trying to hang on to 20. Gamma starts falling off below 57.10, so Bulls aren't going to want to lose that. You probably don't want to lose 15. Not that there's a lot of positive gamma here. There really isn't. There's not much more to be gained by a tested 20 either. Mm-hmm. 16%. Distribute out up here between 15 and 20. We slipped 57. 75 likely support. They've sold more puts at 75 in the last like 20, 30 minutes. It's still a support, but we could find support sooner at 80 or 85. They're selling puts closer to the money as we move up. Just a little bit more support at 80 than there was. Not much, but a little bit. There isn't any like major support until 65, so any of those slightly positive levels can get just glossed over if we have enough momentum. They won't matter much. Tony T, welcome to Zillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream. Just hit 5720 and be done with it, bulls. I don't know if we're going to. I would say it appears the bulls are far less concerned with gaining 5720 and far more concerned with holding 5710. Like, they're not getting, like, they're not selling a lot of puts out of the money. They're not buying a lot of out of the money calls. They're mostly just trying to build some support below 5700 and hold this level while they do it. Is a QQQ short valid at all? Risky with the dollar starting to move back up again. I would say it's on the precipice of being valid. Maybe just not quite there yet. It's a good idea to take profits on 25% up, like on SPX. Depends on what it is. But yeah, I mean, usually taking at least some profits is a good idea. Holy fuck, this is boring. Does it just stop trading entirely? Triple top. Oh, still looking for buyers. Still haven't found any. No, they're not finding a lot of buyers. If any of the 5720s start taking profit early, that would be a bit of a hindrance to more upside. We'd probably have to lose 57, 1750 for them to do that. Ooh, look at that. And it is so. Yeah, actually. They did take some profits. What was that? Hold on one second. Red candles, sell all the puts. No. Let's stop updating. Goddamn son of a bitch. Did you short Carvana yet? No. It's still too soon. Just a little bit. That might actually not be too soon, but it's... There's no confirmation yet. I'm waiting till it gets under 169. What's up, Jeff? My work is actually making me do work. Gross, right? Yeah, it sounds pretty terrible. Anyway, I hope you're feeling better, man. I love you, Dad. Also, can we get a song? I'll get a song if we lose 5,700 here. Good to see you. Sorry your work's making you work. It's bullshit. Is it a lower high? Yes. It's an ascending wedge. They're actually bearish more often than they are bullish. It's just when they're bullish, they're very bullish. Dad, when are they gonna fucking rug us? After I close my puts, most likely. I do need to write a new song. Well, I'm writing a new song, but it's not done yet. Ooh, Gamma's flattening out very nicely to the downside. A little bit more support under 5,700 now, though. Wee wee, Mr. Poopy Pants. No, not support. Fuck off. Just because it's there doesn't mean we have to fill it. We can fill it later. Which would be preferable. Some bears sneaking in here with some 5710 pets, and I like them. Yeah, those 57.20 calls are falling off. Getting puts, bot puts down to 56.90. I'll take that. Still need to lose 10. Is red candles lack pizzazz? That's because there's still support. Okay. Pick up some downside momentum now. But doesn't have to be crazy. Ooh, that was kind of a big failure on the gap. Just 30. The bot calls at 20 are falling off pretty quickly. There's barely any left. Somebody bought a shitload of 56.35, 30, and 56.10 puts. Big out of the money moves. Nice, dude. For today, yeah, 0 DTs. 11,000 at 56.10. 5,755 at 56.35. No, they're bought. Somebody, I mean, the same person who bought the 10s sold the. Looks like they sold the 5,600, but it's still bearish. It's just Doric scalping Gamma. Looks like somebody's trying to scalp a rapid move down. Gamma's pretty flat all the way out to like 56.40. 50 to 40. So it's not unthinkable that a failure here could result in a drop quite low. Yeah, bulls still have support at 10. We're not grinding up. We're kind of failing the breakout, but the grind up ended. But bulls are bailing on the 5720 calls. There's not very many of them left. I'm gonna get that fucking gap or what? Is that it? There we go. Hmm. Wire stream card is clutch. Thanks for everything. It's pretty awesome. Bull's caught the knife. It hasn't been a knife yet. The knife is currently just rolling around on the counter. Knives don't roll. Some do. Paring knife. Roll a paring knife around. Just requires the blade to be thinner than the handle, right? Rapier rolls. That's true. Hard to catch, too, if you ever had one thrown at you. Slap chop rolls. That's true. So you have knives. How are the Shun bread knives? I don't know. They're bread knives. I haven't used one yet, but I'd imagine they do bread knife things, like cut bread. I don't think there's such a thing as like a bad bread knife. Like all serrated knives are just garbage. Do you have stops on your puts? No. Mostly just because I don't think the price is going to go any higher than it already is. Cuts bread just fine. Yeah, I mean, eventually they get dull and you throw them out and buy a new bread knife. I'm about to buy 50 more puts because I'm a lunatic. Wow, you are rich. What? Why? Yeah, I'm looking at the options positioning. I don't just there's just support at 15 and 10. There's nothing on the upside. Oh, because I throw my bread knives out? The fuck am I gonna do with it? Like, you know how hard it is to get a serrated knife sharpened? No one's gonna sit there with like a fucking hand file and sharpen my serrated knife for me. You need a knife, boy. Yeah, I got like 5 of the Shun bread knives for like $5 each. I'm good for like a decade. I can cut bread all day long now. Should be cutting bread with a Gyoto, like a real knife guy anyway. Hmm. Could. But if the bread has like a good crust on it, it's a nightmare to cut, even with a sharp knife, like a right without serrations. No, not toe knife. Gamma strike. I can cut bread all day long now. Just take bites from the loaf directly, like a street orphan. Mmm, gross. That's how Europeans eat bread with their food. Instead of making like a sandwich, they'll just have like a plate of assorted meats and cheeses, and they just bite hunks off the bread. Don't visit the south of France. It's like Missouri. You take that back. Could you be a solid and go sell a bunch of futures contracts real quick? I was kind of hoping somebody else would just come in and do that when they stopped making money. But apparently, they're okay with not making money for a really long time. The Arkansas. Nice, Jen. Way to stick it to Don Deck. What's the best cheap coffee machine you can recommend? My sister wants to buy a gift for fiance. I haven't paid attention in a little while, but how much does she want to spend? 1,000? There's a lot of options at 1,000. Not very many at 500. Aeropress isn't coffee. I heard it's nice. I saw your joke. It was a bit on the nose. 500? Like a baby Gaja or she might be able to find a Rancio Silva. No, Nespresso machines are just slightly more dense Keurig. There was a new one that came out. Hold on. A lot of people like the new Breville, like the Bambino. I think it's called the Bambino Plus. I've never liked Breville espresso machines, but they are a reasonable price. But the Gaja Classic or the Rancio Silva, but the Silva is going to be more. It's going to be closer to like 700 or something. Oh, hey, look, we're finally going down. Nice. Now, if we can break through 10, clean sailing. If you're in Europe, though, you're going to have more options. I think there's one called the Turin Legato. I don't know if they still sell it anymore, though. Seems like everyone's sold out. It's pretty nice. To go, or the lower end Lelit machines are pretty decent. Who was saying that the Bulls had it? They never even had their car. I was definitely saying that. Nice. Now you guys know why I didn't have a stop on my options. Now if we could lose 57.10, that'd be nice. Oh, I bought a lot of these. Whoops. Oh, the manuals are such a pain in the ass, though. I mean, they're fine if you only drink like 1 cup of coffee a week. Why does anybody ever reach out to me about sponsoring their espresso machines? That's something I could get behind. Forex platforms? No, thank you. No, I don't want to talk to the CEO of your ETF. That's been the newest one. Hey, do you want to do an interview with our CEO? No. Bread knife sponsorship. Okay. Lifetime supply of bread knives. So, like, 5 more than I already have. Get his users to use chemistry. Completely on brand for the Pi-Fi channel, but against what the algorithm wants. Yeah. Developing a new type of espresso machine that taps into a vein and drips espresso to you all day. So like a colostomy espresso machine. You can't put coffee in your veins. That's ridiculous, Max. It would kill you. What's important levels below 5710? 5700? Just don't regain 15. It's gonna take more time. Motherfucker. Maybe we'll get some more aggressive call sellers here. How the fuck was that support? Boop. No? We left a gap to the downside. Head and shoulders. Almost. There it is. That's a little too high. Alright, let's try this shit again. It's not that unreal. It was fucking $7. Hmm, okay. momentum. Whoosh. Which puts? No, I don't think the puts closed. Looks like they sold some more of the 57.15s. But those are barely on the money now. Or barely out of the money now. So, I mean, we can just squeeze back off the other way. Still a lower high on QQQ or NQ. It's just like a big bear trap. Which, oh, no, 1 sec. Well, now we have some momentum on the drop, which is neat. Maybe that'll be enough to push us through the support at 10. We'll see. Probably need to lose this level for things that get really rough. Did Bears just give up on Gian? Wait, am I trapped? Only if you got stopped out on the bounce. I don't really think they shook off a lot of the bearish positioning there, though. Seemed to have not much of an effect. Still need to lose 10. That doesn't seem to be changing. Oh man, the Fed's really walking back their dovishness. Barkin had an entire speech called "Why Not Declare Victory." I'm not kidding. That's really the name of the speech. That's what he titled it. Mission not accomplished. Just a little tip. Tipsy, tipsy. It's not a triple bottom. Start squeezing some puts here. Let's go. Juice the VIX. I've waited 10 years for this moment. Still a lower low. Delta goes negative just under 5,700. The Gamma does. Oh. The weak bounce on NQ. It's probably not going to push us back up to 20. Getting some bot puts. 10 and 05. 90. Again, it's starting to slide off a bit more steeply into 57.05. A little bit more resistance to the bounce now. Not so flat as it was. They're going to defend 10 really hard. They have been this whole time. Doesn't matter. We're still right there, right? They can fucking do whatever they want. How do you know if options are bought or sold? Magic. Centaur magic from the old days. Puts away sold, calls away sold. Uh, there's a lot of that. Centaur magic, same as Diddy magic. Yeah, but less baby oil. Yeah, I still have puts. Apple flatter than a pancake. Have you heard the tale of Darth Gurk the Wise? I'm sure it was just a genetic condition. Can't help the way you're born. Let's careen down to 5,700. That'd be cool. NQ looks like it could really use a retest of 19.8. Why not past 5,700? I mean, we could. We'll run into some support at, well, 5,700 will be hard to get past, but if we do, we'll run into some support at 85 and then at like 65. Although some of that positioning may fall off if the drop's rapid enough. And get carried by a little bit of Vana on rising IV. First, we have to lose 10, which hasn't happened yet. Then fun stuff can happen. Looks like we will in the next 5 to 10 minutes, though. Might be longer than that. Might not be. Momentum starting to turn on all time frames. Uh, I would say probably like another 15 or 20 minutes. Somewhere between like 105. Now? I mean, price may continue to bleed off, but like a sharp drop, we're gonna need to move past a level where there's actually some negative gamma to pick up. And the first drop off in gamma is at 10 to 5, but the much bigger one is at 5,700. But we do start to put the sold puts or the bought puts in the money under 5710, which is a start. Don't bounce on my line. It's got holes in it. You guys lied to me. Fake support. We're getting more puts bought at 10. Nice. They don't want to let it go. No, because gamma falls from fucking like 5.5 billion to negative 3 billion over the next 3 strikes. So there's an $8 billion fall off in gamma on a test of 5,700, which could extend out to for another another 1.7 billion on a test of 5,690. And then gamma is not only flat below that, but negative as well. So we could just ride it all the way down. So yeah, they don't want to let this level go. It's important. Easier to move between strikes. The MM's selling per dollar move down $1 billion. Well, depending what level we're at, but like from 5710 to 5705, gamma drops by from 5.6 to 1.2 billion. Which is a huge shift, right? And the MM's hedging that gamma, so they dump their hedge. And that hedge is supportive, right? And then if gamma slips negative, the MM starts selling into the downside. So right now they're still buying the dips. Barely, but they're still buying them. Bulls want that. It's very important for the bulls. But the closer we get to GN, the less and less they're buying the dip, right? So when you're right against GN, the market maker is not really buying much when the price goes down because they're moving closer to selling when the price goes down. This doesn't look very bullish. That's because it's not. Gamma neutral on both chains is at 5703. So like right here. Yeah. Notice how the bounces keep getting weaker and weaker. And then as the MM starts to dump that hedge, vol starts to move up, right? And short puts start to pull back. When VIX go boom under 5,700, if we slip 5,700, VIX will run. Well, if we just start to pressure the short puts at 5,700 off, and then again, if we go under 56.75. So probably a failure of GN. We'll start to see vol rise, and then it would pick up more at like 85, and then a lot more from 75 to 65. Still choppy. $19,980. Someone's buying the 56.90 put again. Nice. Gamma's negative under 5705. Full chain. I think GN's actually moved up to like 5704, but yeah, a slow bleed down to GN makes a bounce less likely. Because you're not going to get a lot of profit taking from any of the long puts, right? Or the short calls. Mostly short calls here. But some long puts. Just need like one more good leg down. And then there shouldn't be enough gamma left for the bulls to latch onto. This 5680p is going to go in the money today. There's support at 85. A little bit. Like, it's tiny, but it's there. I'm still not sure we're going to lose 5700. We might. The zero DTs on 5700 are kind of supportive. So are Friday's expiration options. Like, there's a lot of sold puts there. But across the whole chain, 5700 is not well supported. So I think a lot of delta falls off as we approach 5700, and that's really problematic. So, yeah, based on the zero DT positioning, it should be supportive, but if you look further out on the chain, I think too much delta falls off for the gamma to matter. Be a degen, Kirk. I'm already being a degen. I've got like 3K in SPX options that were $20 out of the money when I bought them. And I haven't had a stop on them yet. I don't know if I could be more degenerate. That's a ridiculous amount of degeneracy for intraday options. Or I could do the stupid shit you guys do where you buy like 50 out of the money contracts. $20, whatever. I stopped out a long time ago. This wasn't a good drop to have stops on. It's risky. Worth it if it pays off, though. There we go. see if vol's starting to move now. Oop. Hello, negative gamma. Yeah, so it did move up a little bit, like 5703.95. Did I short the exact top of AMD? I think I did. Could bounce here. If we fail to break back above GN, though, we won't. I took some profits already. Oops, slippery boy. Yeah, blue line's gamma neutral. Roughly. It's probably moved up a little bit today, so it's probably like right here, but it might be there. They're both SPX and SPXW gamma neutrals are at the same strike, so, or well, the same price. What's up, Water Bucket? God, that was excruciating profit. Really? It wasn't that bad. It was fucking just choppy and took a long time. What's up, Puddin' Flaps? Water Bucket. Thank you, guys. How long do you plan to hold EWJ before averaging down or cutting? There's a chance that I want to cut it. I don't know. Nikkei got another lower high. It's still consolidating towards the end of its like bear pennant here, but Yeah, probably came pretty close to the price where I'd want to get out at. It's like 38,675. I almost tested that today. I'm looking for the trend failure. So I'll probably hold it another week or so as long as it doesn't break. $38,750 to the upside. 780. Yeah, we can still fail 5,700 here. Not out of the question. What are 10K puts on the 5660p 0 DTEs just now? Those look sold still. So I haven't processed it yet? No, we have. Kind of starting to lose 5,700. Gamma's negative now. So no market makers selling the downtick. By quite a lot too. Negative 4.7 billion. That could drop to negative 7 billion at 5690. 7.4 at 5680. I think it would look good to slip 5,700. We'll see. I mean, the hard part was 10 and 5. This is not so much. There's nothing really supportive here. $500 to 2,500 this week. Time to do it again. Thank you. Nice. Where's AMD going? Hopefully keeps going down. Like jumped up and tapped my risk. Went a little bit over it this morning, but fortunately I didn't wake up in time to enter a position. Um, but I did get to short it right at the top. I guess if I had, I would just average down at risk. There's a lot of resistance at 160, 250. This looks like dog shit. Again, it's starting to flatten out down to about 56.80. So a failure here, and there isn't even like minor support until we get to 60, 56.65. I guess around 75 it'll get a little harder to move down, but 65 is the next significant support. AMD wasn't really invalidated. It only went over my risk by like 50 cents. Oh, that's where I shorted it too, so. But no, I mean, if you got theta, I don't think you need to worry about it right now. It still looks bearish. It's starting to fall into the backside of 5,700. So that positive 0 DTE support starts to fall off around 56.97. Remember, you guys should always think of gamma at an individual strike. Right, like, let me think of how to show you this. So if you're looking at like one strikes gamma, right? Hold on. There we go. Like that, right? And then you have another strike over here. A little strike over here. The really important strike is this one here in the middle, right? But the effect of the gamma from that strike is strongest within the like 250 range from that strike, right? So in here, that's 5,700, right? But out here is like 57. 0250. And down here is like 56.9750, right? And then there's a weaker effect of that gamma that extends out to the next strike. This is like 5705. 57 or 56.95. Yeah, I can do that better. And when we're talking about like using options to determine levels, right? And like breaking away from a major like strike, a strike that has a lot of gamma, whether it's positive or negative. As you approach that strike, it acts as support, right? So as price moves down, it acts as support, and then it's a little bit more supportive. And then you kind of hit that midpoint. And then as you move this way through the strike, it becomes less and less supportive. And then it breaks loose, right? And the same thing, you know, moving to the upside. So yeah, gravity. I miss her. I should call her the vagina. Yeah, well. But if you look, right now, we're kind of trading within that expected range. 5700's whispering eye. So we haven't gotten enough momentum to break free of that support at the strike, right? This is a good roadmap for a lot of you guys too that have trouble with your wives. They'll really appreciate the gains a lot more if you can figure this out. How do you determine when down from that? Well, if we lose this level, right, the outer edge, which would be around 56 97.50, right? Then you know that gamma to the upside of us is going to start pushing us away. Into the outer plebea. Yeah, correct. Why is it green though? Don't worry about that. You can be picky later. B, welcome to Zillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Do you mind clipping that? Sure. I'll clip it, but I can't promise it'll actually turn into a video. Why would I ever plagiarize anything from trades? I don't need advice in becoming a long haul trucker. Oh. Yeah, you can use the same advice in the bedroom, right? As you know, you want to caress the outer edges of the gamma envelope before moving for the main strike. Why is Trades a long haul trucker if he made millions from AMC and CNN interviews? Oh, that's easy. He blew it all on meth and steroids. My wife's like 3 strikes wide. Use your palm. I think it stopped out. Bullshit. Oh, that's fine. You know what's worse than longshoremen for the economy? Traders. That's not true. We're out here providing the liquidity that determines the fair value of everything. Haven't you ever read a book on Keynesian economics? We're digging holes so people can fill them, poopy pants. You shut your goddamn mouth. You're a financial advisor, which is the bottom of the economic totem pole. At least we're risking something. Seriously, SPX options vol wouldn't exist without me, bro. Back off. I pay these people. Oh, fuck. AJ showed up. This is why I don't explain things. Well, as the gravity drops off, it also pushes away. Like slingshotting. Do you understand how they returned rockets from, like, or how they got rockets to the moon? Does that concept elude you? You use the gravity accelerates the object, and then you use the acceleration from the force of gravity to break free of the gravity. So think about that, like this strike, right? Like as we fall into it, price is orbiting, and then it's going to slingshot one way or the other. I'd draw AJ a rocket, but he's Canadian. They don't have those. You're a knave. Knave. I'm gonna start calling you Knave Potter. God, I love that word. Not just in mathematics. Earth isn't a disk. It's an oblate spheroid. It's time to sell spreads, isn't it? You want to sell spreads here? I wouldn't. But you can if you want to. I would sell spreads at 56.65. Ooh, I got more buying power. Let's go. Alright, if we break 57.04 here, it's really bad. Yep, yep. Okay. No more downs. Gamma's positive at 05. If we fail 05, then we could go back down. But probably bouncing? Yeah, bouncing a little. Big gap. I don't think it's going to last, but... tight stop on this. Support. Oh, 5,700 sold puts. I don't think that matters. Oh, back into the whispering eye. Almost broke free the wrong way. Should have stayed in my pets. Yeah. Hey Greg, short the Bix, buy the dip, fuck Bitcoin. Also, you see Humana dead? Yeah, no, I can't wait to go long on it again. Is that a stop hunt, maybe? No, that was a real attempt by bulls to try to push price up, which may be successful in the long run here, but we'll see. They're trying to build some support at 5,700. They sold some puts. Not a lot of them, but they sold enough to push us up a few bucks pretty quickly. Just not enough to get rid of all the negative gamma. Yep. Yep, definitely should have just stayed in these. Oh well. If it hadn't gone above 04, are we gonna lose 5,700 on this? It's already a pretty good return. Ooh. Bulls kind of failed there. 56.9750. Let's fucking go. I am not down to Alfredo your fettuccine, Yuri, but thank you for asking. Chances we close between 5,700 and 5,715. I would say it's more likely we close between 5,665 and 5,700. Fucking gap. Just leave it behind, like the Bulls do. We don't have to fill it, right? Didn't we leave another one? No, of course we didn't. We're gonna bounce off 56.97.50 and fill the fucking gap. Really? Don't do it. No. Just keep dumping. No. Stop it. You pricks. $57.01.05 to $57.01.07. Right there. It's literally written on the screen. It's filled. Failed to break GM. You look at MMQ. What was the low? 19,968. Uh, uh, Gamma's only positive above 104, but barely. Okay, so fail. Hmm. Are they trying to get the bearish position to take profit? Yeah, they're trying to shake him off. Or at least trying to build support to the downside of 5,700. It's not working. I mean, Gamma's just getting more negative at 90 and 80. But it is time consuming. Did they sell more puts? No, actually. We got a little bit of profit taking on that bounce. That was more the Bears' fault than the Bulls. Vol's still going up, though. So now we might get some short put profit taking, which will weaken the downside support. Hmm. I feel like I've been waiting all day for this piece of shit to dump to fucking 56.75 again. And it's not because I didn't wake up in time to close the put side of my straddle. Yeah, of course not. I mean, technically, the put side of my straddle's in the money right now, but it's not in the money as much as I would like it to be. Which would be more than this. Stop closing short calls, Bears. Fucking wieners. Is there any bullish positioning to support a move to the upside? There's some sold puts at 5,700. Otherwise, no. It's selling at 90. How much consolidation are we going to get here? Above 5705, gamma goes up a lot. Hmm? Uh-uh. You bitch. Can this still fail? Yeah. $57.10 is resistance though. So we still have a little bit more upside. I guess I could account for that. There. Hmm. This is risky. Hmm. 152. Hmm. I think this is a good put entry, tight risk, obviously. It might not be, but losing 110, I would say, would be a better tight risk entry than 1050. That's a little bit of a rejection. I'm worried about NQ more than... Still getting some volume. I hope that didn't shake off too much of the bearish positioning. Definitely shook off some. Where do you get pinned in a $5 range? No, I don't think so. If we get above 10, yeah, that's gonna happen again. But I'm not worried about that yet. Does that work? Yeah, kind of. Sloppy. We're still shorting vol. 5,700 mostly. Nobody's buying back into those 5720 calls. If we lose this level, we're gonna drop really fast because gamma just falls right off to the downside. But bulls are not gonna want to lose this. This is where they had some stability before. Will the V fail? Not much gamma to be gained to the upside. Big old fat pump. NQ 2050 test. Pull back would be like 20.03. Which gap? There's no gap. I hate these fucking bounces. God fucking damn it. Where's Dork? I don't know. Buy another one. Fuck it. No. Maybe. It's gonna short the puts at spot. It's so fucking stupid. It's boring. I want $30 candles again. Me too. Now there's almost no support at 5,700. Ooh. If we lose 10, this gets spicy. Yeah, if they can't push it any higher. Because they sold puts at spot to drive the price up. So if we fall, those puts are going to squeeze. So they added the potential for momentum to the downside if they can't hold the price up here. Will bears try to take advantage of that? I don't know if they need to. I mean, maybe. That's kind of like bulls taking advantage of themselves. But it could take a long time to bleed off again, which is problematic. NQ needs to fail the 2050 test, pull back to 2025. That would start to fuck the bulls a little bit. I find really frequently when we get these lower wedges, we break just above them and then fail back to the low. But then the bounce off of the low is usually really violent. And like more broadly, right? It's like another grab for the back end of the distribution. Right, like that was. As price continues to fall, they're trying to grab their positioning as they back out of it. Hmm. Hmm. Could we make a new low without the support now? On a drop? Yeah. Yeah, because all the short puts at 5,700 took profit on the bounce, or slowly taking profit on the bounce. And so that's removing the support that was at 5,700. So from like spot down to 5,700, like gamma's positive, but it's flat on the 0DT. So you can slide up and down that range without any real significant change, but now 5705 to 5700 represents a $7 billion drop in gamma. So yeah, if we lose 10 again to the downside, this gets pretty ugly because gamma goes from 11 billion at spot to -8 at 5700. So 20 billion in gamma could fall off on a loss of 5710, which would add a lot of. I mean, the last time we dropped, we lost like, I think it was like 7 billion. So if this fails, it'd be 20. So a lot more momentum. If it fails, lower high on this little bounce would be maybe a good indicator of that. Still risky to short here though, until you can confirm the breakdown at like 5709, where the gamma really starts to dip. We're getting some more call sellers. 5715, 5725. This might be spreads though. Hmm. What a nice spike in VIX. That'd be fun. It won't, so it won't happen. Yeah, it might not. My concern's more that it would take too long. Little by little. Did you buy some of the Hun dip at 200 today? What? It dipped at 200? Holy shit. No. No, not quite 200. Opened at 23. Still, hell of a bounce. What the fuck did they announce overnight? Oh. Flagged a hit to 2026 revenue. Are you seeing any more puts come on the chain? There's some bot puts at 57.20 and some at 10, but they're not increasing a lot. The drop off's gonna steepen naturally as gamma expands into the end of the day, though. So it's gonna become harder and harder to hold this level for bulls. They're gonna have to sell more puts to keep it here. Which they're not doing a lot of right now. Is this a super megaphone? It's just like a regular one. Lower high. The 15-minute does not look great. It'd be like a 92 test. Hmm. 57.10 is still sold call heavy. What was it? 219? Hmm. Oh, hello, future sellers. Let's do more of that. Lost 10 a little bit on that drop. MQ got a tiny bit of support. Probably a bear trap. That might turn into another bull trap. Bear trap into bull trap. Ooh. Spicy. Looks like bulls are just trying to run out the clock. Yeah, they are. But the clock's working against them, so that's tough. It'll be tough to run out the clock that way. I came from the trap. More enrollments, less revenue. Told my work I was looking for another job. It hit me with a 40% pay increase to stay. Still poor, but I can afford spinners for the 2007 Ford Focus now. Nice. I wonder how Squamska's doing. I hope he didn't eat too many berries. I haven't seen him in a week or two. I don't know why Ford Focus 2007 Ford Focus reminds me of him, but it does. Yeah, let's lose 10. Keep going. Bullshit price action anyway. Fucking gap. No, don't fill it. Just rock it down. I'm fucking tired of this shit. Yeah. Just fucking dump. There's so much gamma that can fall off to the downside here. It's 11.5 billion from 57.10 to 57.05. And then from 05 to 5700 is another 11.3 billion. We have to fill the gap first. Why are the gaps so alluring when they're near spot like that? Because the market maker doesn't want to leave them behind and lose money. But then, like, look what happened to all the bulls that bought to like catch the bounce on the gap fill. They just got fucking wrecked. Gherkin, do you despise me because of my name? That's not how you spell despise. Yeah, let's lose another 11 billion in gamma. Keep it going. No reason to stop here. So many VIX gaps to fill. And fill the ones at 80. Yeah, that's good stuff. Oh, so much momentum because the bulls are idiots. A good job selling puts all the way up, fucktards. How's that feel? Stop me out of my fucking puts. Cocksuckers. It's okay, they're gonna sell puts at spot. Like geniuses. No, sell some more of them. You can totally make up that $11 billion in no time. That's not gonna work against you or anything. Guys, look at this tiny head and shoulders. Let's make it real. It's so tiny I can't see it. This little fucker. Here's a great idea. Why don't you try selling more puts? Nope, they listened. Awkward. Stop giving them ideas. If they don't sell puts, what are we going to squeeze to the downside? Someone's got to give us the juice. Otherwise, there's no squeeze. Attempted knife catch. Oh, maybe it's the bigger head and shoulders. Hmm. That would make more sense. NQ looks bad. It's a distinct lack of buyers at 22, 20,025. I don't have NQ on the 1 minute. Oops. Nope. Back there. This. 5. Much better. That was a hell of a wick. Hmm. Hmm. It was not a bounce off GN. It was a bounce off 5700. Wildly desperate amount of put selling in order to try to stabilize the drop because negative gamma was picking up too fast. Doesn't matter, now they've sold fucking puts at spot, so they've doubled their risk for a $5 bounce. Did they catch the knife? Yeah, by letting it fall through the palm of their hands. It's effective. $5 bounce. Failing bounce? Give it a minute. Weak. $5 weak bounce. They didn't regain the positive gamma at 5710, which is kind of important. Got another fucking gap. Are they leveraging up the carry really hard today? Yeah. Well, they were earlier. I don't know if they still are. It's kind of died off a bit. It went from like 6.5 this morning to like a high of 6.75. So a little bit, but the more they lever that up, the more they're increasing the demand for vol. So it's tricky. Reinvert the yield curve and send the forward yield on vol skyrocketing. It's kind of dangerous. Okay, we filled the fucking gap. Test again. Tested 50 bounce. Still a really big fucking bounce. The downside gap. Finally. What do I get the vibe that Dork only says things like fudge and son of a diddly before he found the pickle jar? Like a wholesome Ned Flanders. It might be true. Thanks, Ghosted Teddy. Did you get that shirt at Costco? Probably. Yeah. Holy fuck. I wish I'd bought Costco when it was a pickles pick. Back at 400. It was a good buy. Little G-Wagon, welcome back, man. Woo. Get the fuck out of the pores chat. Place is terrible. Nice shoeless pretzels. Do you ever wonder where John Deck would be without the Costco pickles pick? You changed his life with that trade. I turned him into who he is, though, which is terrible. He's a Costco man for life now. These supports aren't even real. Gamma at 5,700 is now negative 16 billion. Still no buyers up here. Stop. Momentum's starting to bleed off a little bit. I think more importantly on the 15. What do we need, like 30 more minutes? 45? Cutting it close. Should I buy some puts for tomorrow morning? Oops. We really have to go all the way back to test the trend. They're not shorting a lot of puts here. Characterize that for us. Gamma's negative 16 billion at 5,700. Who's trying to make that up, or who's trying to keep that money? Well, there was a concerted effort not to let those options go in the money on the last drop. Obviously, another failure would expose those positions even more because Gamma continues to expand into the end of the day. So the drop off's really steep. I mean, I don't know what you mean. The market maker probably doesn't give a shit. They'd be okay with it just closing at like 57.05. Wow, a little bit above 57.05. But they're forced to hedge any move below that. So like if we move below 57.07 now, Gamma's negative. And the drop off is just going to get steeper and steeper as we approach the end of the day because the charm, right? Charm decay is negative at spot, so it's pushing down on price. And so the MM's going to hedge that downside move if we fall into it. They're going to hedge it rapidly because it's a huge shift in Gamma. Obviously, anybody who sold puts under 5,700 does not want that to fucking happen, which is everybody. All the puts are sold below 5,700. And they're sold all the way the fuck down to like 56.40. So starting a squeeze on them probably means that the MM's just going to continue hedging off Gamma until we hit like 60 or 65. Horse Breath, welcome to Zillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, dude. So bulls keep selling puts closer and closer to spot in order to try to keep the price above that drop off. But the consequence of that is they're selling the longer and longer puts, and if the advantage shifts to the downside, the MM's gonna want to they're gonna want to hedge those puts and get them in the money, right? Which means they'll dump futures. It doesn't reset, but I mean, most of the gamma on the options chain comes from 0 DTEs, right? Because the closer you are to expiration, the more gamma the contract carries. Kenny's the good guy. Well, no, but I mean, Kenny doesn't mind selling people a bunch of puts and then having those puts go in the money, right? Or buying a bunch of puts from sellers and then having them go in the money. That's backwards. Actually, he doesn't mind either one, technically. Where do we get another leg down? If we lose 5707, gamma goes negative. Gamma at 5705 is now negative 3 billion. It's no longer positive. The slope of that drop off, right, from negative to positive gets incrementally steeper as the day goes on. And so we're like here now. So basically you have like 5710 and then now 5705 is negative. Whereas earlier 5705 was still positive. Gross. Are you done with dying and stuff? Mostly, yeah. Starting to feel better. Fever's like under, well, like at and under 100 now, so that's nice. I think I killed that fly and it pissed off the bulls. I've enraged them. No, I'm just kidding. We just have to retest the trend 500 times before we can fail. I don't like vacations. They stress me out. They sold a bunch at 5700. They sold a bunch at 5705 too. It doesn't help them. They're just increasing risk. But they're not driving price action, right? So like they keep selling the 5700, but the price isn't going up. Remember, if you're selling options, someone's buying them. So the is just going longer and longer, the 5700 put. There's long puts and short calls at 5710, which is what we're pushing up against. And they keep failing to get in the money. It's also what's providing downside pressure and resistance here. If we could get below 5707, those short calls and long puts would put some downward pressure on price, which is what happened last time when we lost the support, right? So we just need that again. Except because gamma increases into expiration, it's now worse than it was 30 minutes ago. Bulls are on a race for the clock. Yeah. I'd like to see a little bit of event risk priced in for tomorrow. That'd be cool. We do have data. I think we have Challenger and then what? Jobless and then ISM and S&P PMIs. So tomorrow could be kind of spicy. $17-week auction came in lower. Huh. Ooh, let's go. $30 more minutes of chop. Jesus fucking Christ. That doesn't do anything. Breakouts here don't do anything. They're just steepen the negative gamut of the downside. Even if they're like able to push 15 again, it's just gonna slip right back. They don't have any supportive positioning here. And there's still bot puts at 57.10. Hmm. Does this apply to QQQ? Somewhat, yeah. We're all interconnected. QQQ's outperforming the S&P a little bit. But not very much. Close the short puts now. Hmm. Very easy to pick up downside momentum. That's what I thought all day. When did we not drop all day? So what happened here, and then I mean, that was very brief, but still dropped. Done it quite a few times now. Hmm. So we've got one strike in between us and a failure. Interesting. Is it bad that they can't get it over 57.20? It's not great. If they could get it to 57.20, they'd have a lot more stability. But that's what they're trying to do. It's just not working because the climb to the upside is getting progressively harder, as is the drop off to the downside. So it's requiring more and more effort to get more positive gamma under spot, and then it also becomes harder to hold the price here. It's still probably got about 15 more minutes. $3.30 or $3.45. Might get a shift. I don't know how big it'll be, but I guess the Fed speakers didn't say much today. That's not true. Barkin wrote an entire paper called, what was it? It was fucking stupid. Hold on. Why not declare victory? Oh, Iran is threatening to shoot down commercial airliners. OPEC came out and denounced the Wall Street Journal report saying that Saudi oil may drop to $50. If you're a private client with banks, you can get research reports. How high do you think gold can go? How low do you think the dollar can drop? It might have some weakness now with the dollar rebounding. What's up, Rifle? Hey, what's up, man? Was today's bottom just a bounce on TN plus capitulation that drove us back over 5,700? Some profit taking, yeah. Also, I think the drop just happened too soon in the morning, and Bears weren't like super well positioned to capture it. And then Bulls have been trying to hang on to that fucking bounce all day. Lest we slip and it happen all over again. Ooh, getting closer to 330. Momentum decay. Gonna drop back the other way. That doesn't work. I can make a better song than that. Maybe somebody needs to give the Bulls a little push over the edge. That'd be cool. How about the market maker? I'm not really sure 5710's a support anymore. So try to get me to play songs to print your puts. What DTE were the 5,600 puts today? Like 0? 5610. They sold the 5600. They bought the 5610. There were some 5635s and 30s. Those came in today. Those are all still open, by the way. Those haven't moved. Although those may be the put spread at the 45 or 40-45. So it might be like they sold the 40, bought the 35, sold the 45, bought the 30, or sold the 35, 45, bought the 30. So those are probably bull spreads, but the 610 600 looks like a bear spread. Yeah, there is your TT. They might just roll them though. They frequently do that. It's like a 1 sigma hedge, right? It's probably cheap as fuck. Maybe this has a little less relevance now. Just focus on this. Hmm. Adding to puts at 5,700. 9 more minutes. Might not be enough. Tick, tick. It's the same high on SPX. Lower high on EOS. Barely. Did the bulls do an oops? It's just really hard to move higher than this. So they're slowly becoming compressed as the yaw of the gamma shifts. The more they sell the like 5,700, 5,705, like the more the negative gamma to the downside is going to increase. Which is fine when you're getting price improvement on the back of all of that put selling, right? But when you're not, it creates a great deal of risk. Cutting it close. Maybe remind the bulls that the docks are closing. They're already on strike. Yeah. Uh-oh. Let's go skiing. Bank of America rumors circulating. What are the rumors? Let's get an ad for Dole. Finally. Thank God. I'm gonna reach out to their marketing team for like a year now. But it's a dog shit bank. Everyone already knew that, right? 1 second. Wind down. Maybe like 4 minutes, if not 19. It's a very slow shift. You're watching to see if they get it above a certain level before 330, 345. No, momentum's just shifting. Tends to have timely breakpoints. You can kind of see it in the decay of the short vol. It took a slow shift about an hour ago. Nice. Rumors are they're taking the chains off the pens at the teller's desk. How's Dole going to do now that all the bananas are sitting in a port, not getting unloaded? I don't know. I think most of their shipping goes in through the West Coast, though. However, if they drop back to the prices I bought Dole out, I'm gonna snatch it up. Do you think 5,700 again? That's what I'd like to see. Ideally lower. I mean, if we hit 5,700, there's not a lot of reason we couldn't drop further. 30 seconds. Maybe there's like a smaller failure, bigger failure at 345. As we'll see. There's 330. That was a small failure. Look at that on the second, too. I could extend for about 5 minutes. Boop, 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 boop. You're looking at the live version of beta data when you talk about these 5-minute windows now. Spot on with that 330 drop. Ooh, that increases the odds of the 345 drop. Let's do it. That would be the good stuff. Gooey. I wonder if I could time the collapse of civilization to the second. Are your puts too far away? Possibly. Are you holding AMD weeklies overnight? I think I might. I have debit spreads on it too. Too late. It's not prescient if it already happened. No, they use totally different data. That's why they're not in the beta. It has nothing to do with options. I have a theory called civilization time to pizza. The amount of time different cultures concocted the idea of tomatoes, cheese, bread. Don't tomatoes come from South America? So aren't you kind of negating all culture, like all civilizations that existed before like 1560s? Okay. 340, 335. It should get a little worse. Huh. Well, that was 5 minutes of bearishness. We get 5 more. Ding. Gherkin's a theory. It has substantial evidence. All right. I'm not a botanist. Bounce off the distribution. Lame. If that could fail, then break the trend. Break it. Break, 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 break. How do I do this? That's fun. You know what? It keeps me pinned to my screen. Bulls be bulling. Bulls be faking themselves out. Just circle jerking each other to calls that are so far out of the money they're never going to print. That's what bulls usually do. I would say most days on the SPX go something like this. Bulls expect this. Bears are like, this would be pretty cool. And then spot just does this. That's why they hang out in herds. Easy circle jerk access. I buy the top and sell the bottom. Nice. I was doing so well. As soon as I went against how I was doing well, Exploder did. You know, if you'd stop over leveraging the fuck out of every position you entered, the chances of you exploding would be lower. This price action's giving me brain aids. It's okay. We're almost to the bigger breakdown at 345. That's the sexy one. Might even start now, actually. Ooh. Maybe. Tasty treat. Tasty, tasty. 340. I'm liking 340 a little bit. I'd like 340 to be a red candle. Or at least the start of a red candle. There's no buyers. It's fucking intense. And then just 15 minutes of nothing but downside would be perfect. Come on, don't tell me I licked all those glasses at the bars for nothing. Mm. If this hits 5,700 in the next, like, 45 seconds, I'm gonna do the South Park thing. Wait, where's my gif of me rubbing my nipples? No, it's too late, Bulls. You've been dethroned. Yes, retrace and lower. Boop. God damn it. They're subverting my claims. Do you see this shit? Is that a gap? Ooh. That is a gap. I'm gonna zoom in on that fucker. Chase it. Yeah. No. No. Yeah, there you go. I need tick charts on SPX. Fuck you, WeBull. Don't bounce off the gap. That's the wrong direction. You know what? Sure. Cliff dive from higher. What the fuck is that? Damn, DoorDash offering free Chipotle burritos. Well, this sucks. It did break out at 345, just the wrong direction. I don't know. Bulls haven't gained 15. Still just $5 between them and failure. I did zoom in a lot. Although it's close enough to the end of the day that they could probably hold it now. Ooh. Some short vol pulling back. Like that to continue. Is the bounce going to be enough to save them? Probably. Lower high on NQ. Just slightly. And we left a gap back at 11. I'm too far out of the money. Fucking poop. I believe in you. Do you believe in yourself? Way too much. Or just the perfect amount. $50 drop coming. 10 minutes to go. No. Bulls are still trying really hard to stop the breakdown. There's only 10 minutes left in the day. Not that SPX can't dump 50 bips into close. It definitely can, but it's rare. Very exceedingly rare. Likely to gap down overnight again? I wonder. Yesterday was a really good setup for that. I'm not sure today is. God, if we could just get under 57.10, this fucking thing would dump. Why can't we squeeze short puts into close? Why does it always have to be the calls? Alright, let me look. That's not right. Hold on. Tomorrow's 10-3. There's a shitload of bot puts for 5,700 tomorrow. So yeah, we could definitely fall overnight. I think if we close above 57.15 though, we can move up to bot calls at 30 in the overnight session. There's short puts at 90 and 85 for tomorrow, but bot puts, big piles of bot puts, 5,700, 60, 30, and 5,600. So a little bit more weighting to the downside, but we're slightly closer to the 57.30 calls that are being bought out of the money, which is probably some of what's propping this up. However, those will lose a lot of delta if we slip 10. Ooh. 7 minutes left. Momentum. How about you don't buy the fucking dip this time, you fucks? Imagine just buying the fuck out of this dip for $4. Oop, there goes VIX. Yeah, tomorrow morning's kind of risky. Want to carry that overnight?
Well, we filled the downside gap. Fucking Christ. Good. Now we'll just push through it. Push. Yeah. That's the good stuff. 5 minutes to go. Stop saying that. It's fucking so meaningless. It only needs to drop like 30 points into close, right? It's no big deal. I wish I could have gotten out on that one tick where my calls were in the money. Or my puts. Still doing everything they can to prevent losing 10. What a weird fucking strike to have Gamma peak on. This is definitely going to dump overnight. Son of a bitch. I'm just going to short futures when the market closes. You'll not keep my money today, Kenny. I mean, you will, but not all of it. Rage shorting. Stabilizing little pricks. Last fucking minute. Fuck you. $100 drop into close. Yep. I'm a shorty, yes. Jesus, fucking 2FA. They lost 10, yeah. Ding ding. Okay, cool. Fucking pricks. Anyway, so that was a fun day, right? Closing closing up 1 bip. Bulls win, I think. I made negative money today. I did good on puts earlier. I think I broke even. Um So we retested and failed the long-term trend again here at close. We're still holding above yesterday's open, or yesterday's close. Yeah, yesterday's close, 57.59. We want to see a failure of 57, 55, 75 to confirm an additional downside move. We are in a downtrend, kind of horizontal consolidation with a little bit of a bearish or bullish tilt, but overall doesn't look that great. I mean, very slow breakdown of this top, but still a breakdown nonetheless. And I would say that a move back towards 56.81 is still probably pretty likely. There's a chance this breaks out to the upside, but I think it's pretty slim. And the fact that we got kind of a lower high here doesn't look great. I mean, we retested the bear flag that failed. Yeah, kind of middling, but probably we'll go look at it on the daily in a second. Commodities pulling back a little bit after yesterday's massive gains, but oil, copper, silver still up, gold failing a little bit. Oil back at 71.02 for light crude. Dollar moved up pretty hard today. More importantly, dollar moved up against the yen pretty hard. We got yields at the back end of the curve moving up pretty strongly. The 2-year tapped 4.2 today. Didn't close there, but it did tap it. The 30-year and the 2 and the 5 I think moved up the most. Or the 5 and the 10, sorry. So a little bit of reinversion, and that's coming alongside a stronger labor market that doesn't imply more Fed cuts. But remember, as that leverage returns, that will be bullish, and we might start to see a turnaround in correlation as the dollar rises. The only thing keeping that from being super bullish right now, I think, is like, obviously the risk of what's going on in the Middle East and the longshoremen's strike are kind of pushing back against that additional leverage. But if any of that risk premium falls off, watch out to the upside. Carry trade levered up pretty hard today. Dollar moved up very, very strongly against the yen. 6.5 to 6.75, and the 6 month from 6.3 to 6.55. So some big moves there, but as they leverage that up, right, they also tighten up the demand for volatility, and so we're starting to see that get a little bit closer to the zero mark. We saw it turn positive a little bit on Tuesday, And we may see it turn even more positive as we move into the end of this week, and the yield curve starts to contract more. As the yield curve contracts, the demand for vol goes up, the risk of recession rises. So bond portfolio managers are going to want long vol, and that's usually when we see VIX push up above the contract in front and start to move into backwardation. We do have backwardation in the 3-month already. VIX 3-month at 20.6, whereas VIX spot 2010. Bond vol moving up alongside correlation. If we continue to see bond vol move up, we will probably see short vol and equity, or long vol and equities fall off. Skew kind of turning around yesterday, moving back up. That's slightly bullish. Keep an eye on skew day over day. If it continues to trend down, that's going to be incrementally more bearish. If we start to see it rocket back up again, nobody's taking any tail risk hedging into account. That's not great. And the move back up tomorrow is probably why we had such a strong bounce today, as some of that tail risk got pulled back. 70.77% of the S&P over its 20-day moving average, which marks a 6.81% decline over the prior day. Why the fuck is that not on candlesticks? This could be reversing. I don't really like to use advanced decline as an indicator, but I would say it's not high enough for it to really be a good signal of anything. Correlation between VIX, cash VIX, VX, cash VIX, moving up still on the weekly. And I think that increased day over day today as well. Yeah, 9.805. And on the daily, still declining. So they're still trying to short vol pretty hard into this increase in vol, which is dangerous. Today it worked, but over the last 3-4 days, it's been largely failing. Fed fund futures didn't move much today, 0.46. Tomorrow's data, however, will have an effect on that. Tomorrow morning we get ISM services, which will be huge, not only for its ability to signal CPI in services prices, but also the employment data from services and whether services has moved into contraction. If services moves into contraction, that's a big deal, right? The US is not a manufacturing economy, it's a services-based economy. Services has been floating along just above contraction. So if we do see contraction there, in the prior month, that's gonna spook people, especially with the Fed's rate cut. We do have jobless claims tomorrow morning as well. That'll have some influence. I think we get S&P and ISM PMIs for services. So we will want those, for them to be bearish, we'll want them to be kind of in lockstep. So we'll want to see contraction across the S&P PMI and the ISM PMI, even though the ISM PMI is more data based. Factory orders are also tomorrow, and those are expected to drop quite a lot. I think the analyst estimate was like -3.2. That's also a big deal. So quite a lot of, most of that data coming out after market open, but I do believe we get challenger job cuts, which are expected to rise, and jobless claims, which are also expected to rise in the pre-market. We also have some German and EU PMIs, and I think we have some Japanese PMIs tonight. Those could affect the dollar a little bit. I know expansion is, like, they're watching for expansion on the Japanese PMIs. If there's signs that services and composite are advancing, that could strengthen the yen and do a little damage to the leverage that was piled into the yen with the rising dollar today. I don't think German PMIs are going to be good. So even if the yen advances on the dollar, the euro will probably fall against it. And that leaves it kind of up to Britain, whose economy is just dog shit. So I would say probably tomorrow morning we're going to see the pound and the euro fall against the dollar. Yen might rise against the dollar a little bit, but the net gain on the dollar from the pound and the euro outweigh it. Ah, I love Forex, don't you? What a fun, fucking stupid market. Anyway, I think that's about it, right? Did you guys have any questions? I am feeling chipper. I could take a question or two. No? No? Alright, I'll see you tomorrow. Is penis? Hmm. That's a good question. Yes. You seem slightly healthier. Thanks. Will my straddles print? Probably. But you did overpay for them. It's the sleep. I don't think so. It's probably the fever being under 105. Will my 5700 P's print? Maybe. Maybe overnight. Closing below 5710 was not good for the Bulls. Yeah, I still think there's a chance that we could dip down overnight. How's it doing so far? Yeah. Not above 5730, so that's a good sign. Still looks like shit. Did you test? No, I had COVID. Yeah, my doctor tested for it. Timeline for the strike effects. Which? Oh, from the time that the strike begins till we start feeling the effects of it? Fucking immediately. I mean, this is a modern market. People are gonna speculate on that shit long before it has any real effect. But the real effects on inflation, I mean, less than a month. Think of this: in 1977, the ILA struck for 11 days successfully. Um, they went back to work, and that 11-day lag in shipping, at a time when our imports were roughly, hold on, 23 times lower than they are now, was blamed for that strike was blamed for the spike in inflation in 1978 and 79, which was some of the highest inflation we experienced since the Great Depression. So, during the Arthur Burns era, inflation spiked and settled back down by 1976. This was oil, the oil rush, and the OPEC embargo, due to Israel. It's almost like history repeats itself. 1996 through 1976 through 1978. Inflation flatlined right around here. The ILA struck for 11 days. Went on strike for 11 days. And then the subsequent 1979, 1980 Volcker era, inflation skyrocketed to almost 20%. I think we hit like 16. It was like 16.8, something like that, before Volcker brought it back down again. So that was an 11-day strike. with imports 23x less than they are now. Now there's a lot less ILA laborers. A lot more things are automated now than they used to be, and the automated parts of the docks can continue to run. But none of that automation works without the ILA there, so it's kind of irrelevant. ILA strikes increase inflation. Will that help to increase leverage on the yen carry? Yep. Yep. US inflation up, dollar up, yen down. 16% T-bills? That'd be fucking cool. Imagine if T-bills were priced anywhere near the rate of fucking inflation. That's why no one wants to buy the long end. Why would you? So the strike is bullish then, short term. If inflation gets too high, it'll freak people out though. The Fed will have to raise rates again. Then we get into another yield curve inversion. And if the Fed raises rates again, the idea of a soft landing is gone, right? It blows up the. It blows up. I mean, well, fuck, it'll blow up everyone who went long bonds, right? It's almost like I said, if they cut rates, inflation's gonna skyrocket. This will help that happen. Just as God intended. But we declared victory today. No, Barkin specifically wrote a speech that said it's too soon. I'm going to share the link for that again. It's called Why Not Declare Victory? Question mark. An essay from Tom Barkin, Federal Reserve Bank of Richmond. The Fed's just walking back all their dovishness because they realized they fucked up. Or they knew they were going to fuck up, but it was okay for them to fuck up a little bit because they had some room for a rate cut. So they got to give everybody the rate cut they promised them, but now they have no upside cap on inflation if inflation rises, right? Without having to raise rates again. If the Fed fucking goes back to a hiking cycle, well, the Fed will wrest control back of real rates from Yellen, first of all. The second thing that would happen is Yellen will have to shift issuance to the back end. And the third thing that'll happen is they'll probably downgrade our garbage debt because it moves around faster than a shit coin. How long do you think the strike will last? I mean, hopefully a while. I hope that mafioso Long Island douchebag who runs the ILA and gets paid way too much money to just complain about shit fucking runs our economy into the ground and blows up our debt. Because we deserve it, right? Fuck the wealthy. And I'm one of them. But I mean, honestly, we all have way too much money. Which Hoka shoes do you have? Oh, fuck. I forget. They're not the Clifton. They have a different name. It's like the one in between the Bondi and the other one. I forget the fucking name of it. Gaviota. I have the Gaviota. Kirk has black Air Force Ones. Don't listen to his lies. Banks need to flop bond yields to get out, right? So that seems the probable thing. Yeah. You think the housing market can take another hike in mortgage rates? I don't. You know how to make your money back. Other rich people didn't make their money, so they have no clue. Yeah. It's okay. They all went long the 5-year at 3.8%. They're gonna be a-okay, right? What breaks first? Good question. Short paper will get a reprieve. Short paper will get a reprieve if inflation spikes, right? And I wouldn't be surprised if they encourage the strike. So that'll stabilize the carry trade, probably increase available leverage in the carry. The real concern would be the top end, I think. I think the top end of yields would be where the danger is, like if the 10-year were to get above 4.5. But I'm sure the strike would end by then. It's just a question of if the carryover damage would create a scenario where that would happen. I guess the Fed could try to step in one more time, right? What effect will that have on the real estate market? Well, if yields at the top end go up, mortgage rates go up. Mortgage rates go up, there's fewer buyers. There's already a lot of sellers. Look, the real estate market's getting significantly more liquid, like week over week, and defaults are increasing. So you're getting more short sales coming to market from the banks, right? And so the more inventory that posts up, the more prices are going to come down. But if the prices are coming down, nobody's taking a mortgage because rates are too high. Prices keep going down. That is a spiral. Kamala's tax plan is going to increase selling a bit as well. Nobody's going to pass that fucking tax plan. Every single person in Congress is sitting on unrealized gains that they don't pay taxes on. You think they're going to vote for that shit? They're not. It's going to get like one vote. It's going to be Bernie Sanders. They can buy gold from Costco with their gains. Yeah, it's true. Anyway, okay, that's enough. Now I'm done. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good night, everybody. Later.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
Just some pickle theme fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a